a report from the CLA's office and the city attorney regarding the compliance with the writ of mandate in environmentalism through inspiration and nonviolent action for the city of LA, Playa Capital Company. And it's a rather long, very complicated case. There's been several public hearings on this matter. I believe Councilman Rosendahl had asked for some of the hearings that did occur. I think a few went a couple hours long. We did close public hearing in the last Plum Committee, but again, it's purview of this body to open it up again if that is the choice of this body. I just want to can you give us a very general description of what we're doing today? And I would like to ask you a few questions, but if you can just give us a general description of what is on the table today.
Certainly. Well, I think if we could, I'll ask Ms. Phan to very briefly indicate the court proceedings and why we're here where we are, and why we're here today. And then I will very briefly talk about the process and the results of the peer review study that the council asked us to do last January.
Okay, Susan Phan with the City Attorney's Office here with Tim McWilliams. We are here in response to some litigation that was filed against the city called the Environmentalism Through Inspiration and Nonviolent Action, which I refer to as the ATINA litigation. The ATINA litigation challenged an action this council took back in 2000. And in 2000, long after the Playa Vista property had been approved and while it was under construction, the issue came up about whether or not it was safe there because of methane gas. And since the council at the time was considering whether or not to issue Melrose bond financing, it asked for a study on this issue of methane and other toxic gases at the time. The CLA was directed to do this study, consulted with many experts. Period of time passed, got all the information together, and the methane study that was prepared essentially concluded that there was, with certain mitigation measures, there was no safety hazard or significant impacts on the environment as a result of the methane and other toxic gases.
Chief Legislative Analyst Jerry Miller gives the consensus of the peer review board and his recommendations to the City Council.
That there is no substantive impact from dewatering on subsidence, that the most that would be expected is a half inch of subsidence, and that is not material. And the second issue they found is that the dewatering, there is no evidence that the dewatering has caused the contaminated plume on the eastern end of the property to migrate. So in essence, that is the conclusion of the peer reviewers. And again, we recommend the council proceed and make the findings that the city attorney has asked for relative to not requiring a supplemental EIR.
The Playa Vista project is located in District 11. Representative of that district, Bill Rosendahl, asked staff to explain the differences between a peer review and a supplemental environmental impact report, or EIR.
What's the difference between a peer review and either a supplemental or a sequential EIR? Explain the difference in lay terms. What does that mean?
A supplemental EIR is a formal document that has rules about how it should be written and how it needs to be circulated and how long you have to allow people to comment on it. A peer review is just sort of a term of art for having experts look at a topic. There's no requirement of how you go about doing it or whether or not you have to send it to certain agencies or whether or not you have to write up certain findings on the peer review. It's simply a study.
And when they do the study, what data did they use to do their analysis?
Well, they used a variety of data from several reports, and in fact, data from Group Della Consultants, data from Camp Dresser and McGee, data from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and also any other data or reports or information that was submitted during the process.
Michael Mulhern, a geologist from the city's Bureau of Engineering, explains how the data was collected and evaluated.
The most data was collected in a couple of dozen groundwater monitoring wells by Camp Dresser McGee over a period of several years. But both they and I have looked through the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the state agencies' records back for several years, because this site has had a long history of exploration, back even when Hughes Aircraft was operating it and had tunnels underground and so on with no methane devices. So we looked at several years of old data, and also there, as Jerry mentioned, there was one new Sentinel well that the Regional Water Quality Control Board asked to have installed. This is a well between the plumes and the dewatering area to make sure that when the dewatering actually occurs, there's no movement of these plumes, and that's an extra data point. Both myself and the two expert firms witnessed the drilling of that well, the sampling, and so on. Made sure it was all done to state standards.
Public comment is next, and we hear from both sides on the issue.
We are here today to request your approval of the CLA report on the issue of dewatering associated with methane systems at Phase 1 Playa Vista. I would like to take a minute and ask all the Playa Vista residents, supporters, and workers that are here today and have been here for several hours to stand, both to stretch their legs and see if they still have blood in them, and to show you that the people of the community, the people of Playa Vista, very much want this concluded. This has been a 1.5 year long process, and they would like to see it concluded, and we'd ask for your approval today. Thank you very much. Following a study which has lasted well over a year, the CLA is recommending to you that the Council find that groundwater dewatering associated with the methane mitigation systems at Playa Vista will not cause any significant act on the environment, and there is no need for a supplemental or a subsequent EIR.
The lower court has already asked, Ms. Phan knows full well that the lower court has asked you to bring in this CLA report in order to determine if it has complied with the writ. If it has complied with the writ, if it has complied with the writ. The lower court in no way agrees with the city on these issues. And the lower court agrees that we must take all of these issues up to the appellate court for clarification of this entire process. Right now, Ms. Phan is telling you what we have already considered to be contempt of court. That is what is in the courts right now. And to do anything further, to vacate the approval of the motion that this city filed, vacating the approval of the methane mitigation measures, will put the city in further contempt of court. Now, do you want to risk that? There you are. However, all of this is before the courts. Yes, this is a very legal issue, and we are dealing with it in the courts. For me to stand here and take 2 minutes while these people sit up here and tell you other things, obviously we need the court system to sort all of this out.
Addressing staff, District 5 Councilmember Jack Weiss asks for further clarification and enlightenment on the court's request.
You heard discussion during public comment about the court's order. And then I've heard discussion from you and Mr. McWilliams about statements the court made that you have on the transcript of various hearings. I'd like you to walk us through that again and conclude by telling me, is there any ambiguity in what the court has ordered the city to do?
In terms of the issue about whether the court wants the city to act, and then it will make a decision of whether we have fulfilled our responsibilities. I'll read you from the transcript. Starting out, Mr. Fine, who is the attorney for petitioners, addressing the court, well, with all due respect, the court, let me stop you. Again, I think this point has been discussed sufficiently. Again, it really will depend upon what the report will say in this regard, and I will wait until the report comes out. And then, at that point in time, I will take a look at it. And the report that the court was referring to, and this was a couple of weeks ago, is the CLA report. So clearly the court wants to have the CLA or the City Council to take an action, and then it will look at it.
Saying that safety is still an issue, Bill Rosendahl asks, what's the big deal in doing a supplemental EIR, an environmental impact report?
I am not comfortable that we have maybe adequately done it legally, as my esteemed colleague did legally, but it's a safety issue, and let's hope that it is safe, because I don't have the votes around the council to move forward with it. But I'm going to stay strong on this until I'm comfortable, and you're all comfortable, that it is safe. It's still an issue for me.
Okay, the matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you.
District 11 Councilmember Bill Rosendahl cast the single no vote. The report generated by the Chief Legislative Analyst will now be submitted to the court for review. At Friday's meeting, District 15 Councilmember Janice Hahn stands to present a motion that would offer a $50,000 reward for information leading to the identification, apprehension, and conviction of the person or persons responsible for the shooting and subsequent death of Arturo Mercado.
It's very much a part of what's happened in the Harbor Gateway area. And while a lot of attention, and for me, actually I even use the word the tipping point for gang violence in Los Angeles was the death of 14-year-old Cheryl Miller in the Harbor Gateway. However, the police, with their great police work, have been able to capture suspects and are moving forward with convictions in that one. But Arturo Ponce Mercado, a 34-year-old, was also brutally gunned down in the Harbor Gateway area actually a few days before Cheryl was killed. And he was standing in his driveway in the 1500 block of 205th Street in the Harbor Gateway and was gunned down. And many of the community members felt like this was also a racially motivated murder. However, there's no evidence that's been, or witnesses that have come forth to verify that. But this was also a senseless murder. And the racial tension in that area cried out that we put as much effort, and we also offer a reward for the killing of Arturo as the attention that we placed on the killing of Cheryl. Any murder, any senseless, cowardly act that results in a murder of an innocent person should draw all of our attentions and demand that we all do whatever we can to end that violence. So we're offering today a $50,000 reward that we hope will compel witnesses to come forward. Everyone believes someone saw what happened. They do know what happened. They did see something. So we're asking that the community members come forward, provide evidence to LAPD so we can also solve this terrible crime. Because until we kind of move past the terrible murders of Cheryl and Arturo, long-term healing and long-term solutions for this community, I don't believe we'll really be able to gel. So we're hoping that this can be solved so that we can bring a little peace, a little closure to Arturo's family, as well as what we're doing to heal the death of Cheryl Green. We're meeting in the Harbor Gateway area every 2 weeks with community members. I'm meeting with them in 186th Street School to do the same things that we did in Watts a year ago, to try to figure out what's the root cause of the violence. We've had law enforcement come down in the Harbor Gateway area, which is welcome, but we know that long term we're going to have to deal with this racial tension. We're going to have to deal with keeping kids out of gangs in the first place. But I ask that you'll support this, and we're asking the community if they know of anything, they can call anonymously. They can call Sergeant Rosemary Piazza at 310-522-2040. That's 310-522-2040. Colleagues, I hope you'll support me in offering this $50,000 reward to try to solve this problem and finally begin to heal the Harbor Gateway area of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Madam Clerk, open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Thank you.
Again, the number to call if you have any information is 310-522-2040. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of city council meetings and programming about city department services and events. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35 or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. And if you'd like to obtain a copy of an audio or videotape of a council or committee meeting, your request may be made in person at room 395 in City Hall or by calling 213-978-1046, or of course by dialing 311, your one call to City Hall. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending March 2nd, 2007. On behalf of Kelly Walkman and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
Hi,
My name's Hank Amigo. I teach 3rd grade at Fair Avenue Elementary School in North Hollywood. Well, I started the mentoring program 15 years ago, my 2nd year of school. And basically, it's just kids that I've had come back on their off-track time, free time, and help the kids that I have now. So you have somebody that's been through what you're going through that can help you when you get older. Most of the kids that come back are kids that would be considered to be hard luck kids. But with love and help and guidance and mentoring, we're always mentoring each other. A lot of these kids are doing great things. And it's just great to see kids who a lot of people would think don't really have a chance, to see them making it and doing well in society. And that's my ultimate goal, is to have them be mentored all the way up and then get jobs, in our community and keep the community going. We wrote a musical called Nobody Runs Alone, and it's based on the lives of 2 of my former students who were very troubled kids from bad family backgrounds. And 2 colleagues and I decided to write a song about the kids. And as time went on, we ended up writing 16 songs, 56 pages of dialogue. We raised $30,000, and we put it on at the El Portal Theater in North Hollywood. This story is not Pollyanna or whatnot, and the father really beat the kids up on numerous occasions, and the father's just beat the kid up and told him that he needs to get out and steal some bikes because the father's decided that the way to raise money for the family is for all the kids to go out and steal bikes and bring them home, paint them, and sell them. The child's name in the play is Alone, and here he is with his girlfriend, realizing that his girlfriend's the one that is really going to help him pull it through and make it through high school and go on to a successful career. At the end of the play, Alone has finally worked hard the last couple of years in school and gotten his act together, and he's going to be the valedictorian of his class. So this is a celebration, and all the other mentors from all ages have come back to the graduation to see him graduate. So it's really a success and a triumph of our mentoring program. My name is Hank Amigo. I'm proud to be working with these children, and I'm a face of LA.
You're watching LA City View, Channel 35.
Tuesday, March 7, 2007. And before we begin, I'd like for us all to congratulate the winners of last night's election, Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Labange, Mr. Parks, who is in a real squeaker there. I'm sorry. Okay. I said Mr. Parks, who was in a real squeaker there. And I'm just kidding. Congratulations to all of you. And Mr. Wesson, congratulations. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Did I miss anybody?
Let's see.
I got everybody.
Okay, all the even.
Okay, all of the even-numbered seats. So why don't you give yourselves and everybody give them a hand. So council meets 3 times per week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All meetings are open to the public, and for those who cannot come to City Hall, meetings are televised via cable on Channel 35 or can be viewed by visiting our website. Madam Clerk, if we could call the meeting to order. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 11 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Madam Clerk, before we go into the agenda, why don't we take public comment? All right. So let's open public comment, and our first speaker today will be Sylvia Lynn Hawkins. Sylvia Lynn Hawkins is our first speaker during public comment.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Ms. Hawkins. As we open up today, as we begin to build parking structures, street, avenue bumpers, to slow down cars that are moving too fast on streets, we must be aware of illegal bumpers, of iron tire colors under the bumpers that will cause flat tires as you move or as you drive by and not backwards. This is a way of capturing and keeping hostage all known named people, plus all rich elderly people, bound from leaving the area. As I speak today, I am asking this council board to please be alert of tire colors under bumpers, secret cuts on freeways, entrance. And this is a type of slave figuring of controlling certain areas and districts and not allowing people out of certain locations to bound them, whether they are rich or very known. Thank you very much. My name is Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you very much. Mr. Don Schultz is our next speaker out in Van Nuys.
Thank you, Madam President. And I, too, would like to congratulate all the council.
Don Schultz in Van Nuys. All right. Thank you.
May I start over? I'd like to thank... Okay, thank you. Congratulate all the council members that won their seats again, retained their seats, and especially my councilman, Tony Cardenas. For those of you who don't know what a tough campaign he had to withstand, he had to undergo character assassination for at least the past 2 months. And he would not let that impact how he ran his campaign. And as someone who worked in his campaign, I saw it firsthand. We were not allowed to do anything that would even be questionable. And everything was above board. And I admire his character. If it was up to me, we'd run him for another 40 years and keep him here in Van Nuys. That would only make me about 110 at that time. But there are 3 things I'm very proud of this year. February 4th, my wife and I celebrated our 51st anniversary. Just yesterday, March 6th, Tony Cardenas was reelected to a second term here in Van Nuys. We know we have him for another 4 years. The day before, I shot my lowest golf scores in 30 years, a 92. I have to tell you that is now dropped to number 3. Thank you, Tony. Great campaign. Congratulations again. We look forward to your next 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Brewer in Van Nuys.
Hi, just a comment. Can you have a little more warning? I was like over on the side. Anyway, my name is Sharon Brewer. Tuesday, March 7th, CD6 update, April 1st, 2007, Persian New Year event, Lake Balboa entire basin, a little over 3 weeks away. March 6, 2007, email to Recreation and Parks asking for information about what exactly, please be specific, does Lake Balboa entire basin mean? 2, what parts of Lake Balboa will be involved in the event? 3, will any parts of Lake Balboa be closed to the public, general public? If yes, why? Tuesday, March 6th, response from Rec and Parks. As I told you earlier, Persian Festival is still in an early phase. I will have more information later this week and maybe have a permit within 2 weeks. At that time, I'll be able to answer all your questions. Wednesday, March 7th, Rec and Parks email. As we know right now, Woodley Park, both areas 1 and 2 will not be affected by the Persian Festival. Also, Woodley Avenue will remain open. More to follow as the info becomes available. This event is a little over 3 weeks away, and I can't even find out how Lake Balboa Park is going to be affected by this event. For park concerns, Recreation and Park Board of Commissioners meeting today, March 7th, 5:30 p.m., Delano Rec Center, 15100 Irwin Street, located behind Costco on Sepulveda. San Fernando Valley Fair, the contract, the 12-3 contract stated that in lieu of a facility use fee, permittee will agree to build capital projects with a verifiable minimum value of $10,000. Such capital projects are to be construction on or near the fair site and shall be such projects as electrical, plumbing, lighting, or any other subject to the prior approval of the department. Also, please check out the Daily News editorial today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Candido Moraz.
Thank you, Madam President, council members. I'm back. I'm not going anywhere. Congratulations to those of you who were elected, Mr. Greg Smith, Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Labange, Mr. Parks, Mr. Wesson, and even you, Mr. Cardenas. But we're going to challenge you. We're going to challenge you each and every day. And one of the things that I want the public to know is that when you come here and you complain to City Council and you challenge them and say that they're not doing their job, I ask you to do what they have to do each and every day. One of the things that I learned being a candidate is that what you folks do is difficult, and you earn every dollar that you make. So congratulations. Don't ever take it from anybody, because you folks really do. I would like to thank the City Clerk Election Division. They were absolutely fantastic. We have a lot of young, talented people out there, and I hope that they'll take a shot at it and one day try to become candidates. We've got a lot of talented people out there. So I hope that they will be inspired, because City Clerk Division really made it easy, and it was quite enjoyable. 53 seconds. I was given this last night. It's Lincoln's failures. And it talks about how many times he was defeated until finally one day he became the greatest president of the United States. We only have 1,460 days to the next election, Madam President. I'm already working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold Sachs.
Good morning, council members. Congratulations to all the winners. My sympathies to all the losers. I'd like to make a few public comments. One, regarding the LA Marathon and efforts to clean up the temporary signage that's been posted all around the city regarding the routes for the MTA. You go to any bus stop, they're still posted. It's 3 days. I know that may not be seem like a long time, but somebody should be out there cleaning it up anyway. And number two, I'd like to ask for a resolution regarding congratulating the city attorney on and the city council for their efforts with the living wage law around LAX, that they managed to baffle the public by their actions by introducing an ordinance and then repealing the ordinance, which was in violation, then reintroducing the same ordinance, which is in violation of the state laws of California that require a one-year wait. So they're looking good while the state's saying they're looking bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That will close public comment. Madam Clerk, first item of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Council Member Gruhl moves. Mr. Parks seconds. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Council Member Rosendahl moves. Council Member Hahn seconds. Let's run through the public agenda, please.
On the regular agenda, items noticed for public hearings, items 1 through 6 are street lighting district ordinances.
Council members, any specials? Seeing none. Without objection, move to approve. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next order of business.
Item number 7 is also a public hearing item, and the applicant consents to a continuance to March 28th.
Without objection, move to approve.
Next items on
Open
the
the roll.
agenda are items for which public hearings have been held, items 8 through 32.
Colleagues, any specials? Mr. Rosendahl.
Item 24.
All right. Item 24 will be called special.
Item 10, please.
Colleagues, any other specials?
And excuse me, Madam President, just for council's information, reports have been submitted on 18, 19, 20, 22, and 23 and distributed to the council members.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Mr. Reyes, did you call something special?
Yes, they got it. Item number 10, please. Thank
Okay.
you.
Item number 10 is called special also. All right. Any other specials?
19.
Ms. Gruhl?
19, because we do have some public comment cards on that, I think,
Okay.
so I'd like to.
Ms. Gruhl, item 19 called special. Mr. Parks?
Has 10 already been called? I'd like to
She
do
said
number
10.
11 and number 19.
19's been called. 10's been called. I think you said 11, Mr. Parks? Did you mean 11 or 10? Or both?
10 and 11.
Okay, thank you. Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
And Madam President, just for clarification, the numbers called special are 10, 11, 19, and 24.
Yes, all right, thank you. For the remainder of those items, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item of business, Madam Clerk.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 33 through 50. Item 33 is a commissioner. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes.
And then that would leave before council 34 through 50.
All right, let's see if we have any cards on those items. All right, there's one card on 33. Cards on 34, no. So 33 will be the only one with a card. Colleagues, any specials?
7, please.
Colleagues, do we have any specials? Yes, Mr.
37.
All right, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Labange.
35.
Any on this side of the room? No other specials? Okay, the remainder of those items, Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay.
I have to click.
Next order of business.
Next items, Madam President, are the closed session items 51 through 59, and there was a request to continue item 59 to March 21st.
So ordered.
And then the rest of those 51 through 58, then do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, let's hold those on the desk.
Okay. Do you wish to go back to the items called special?
Yes, let's begin there. Thank you.
First item called specials, item, do you wish to take up the commissioner? I'm sorry. Item number 33, and that's confirmation of Ernest T. Hamilton to the Commission on Disability.
Mr. Hamilton, would you please come forward? Is Mr.
Okay,
Ham?
I'll push my button.
Ms. Hahn?
Yeah, Ernie Hamilton is not able to be here this morning, but I think we should go ahead with this. Ernie actually is in the hospital right now, but Ernie has been my friend. We went to high school together at Lutheran High School in the 60s, and Ernie was a star basketball player, football player, sports editor of our newspaper, all around, ran track. And then Ernie served in Vietnam, and it was after that that he actually became paralyzed in 1978. He was just a young man, and he's actually he's a quadriplegic and has devoted his life since then to really servicing people with disabilities. He served as an LA County Commissioner for the Commission on Disabilities. In 1991, he founded the Personal Care Technology, where he teaches skills to people with disabilities. He's written a play called There's Help in Gimp City that some people have gone and seen, which really challenges audience members to kind of evaluate our own perceptions of people with disabilities. And again, he can't be here today because he was just admitted to the hospital a couple days ago, I think, with pneumonia. And so I just wanted to go ahead, because I think our last day to act is a week from now, and I know some of us are going to Washington, D.C., so I thought we could continue, we could have this on today, and I enthusiastically support Ernie Hamilton for this position on the Commission for the Disability. So I would ask for your vote. Ernie's a great guy. You might have seen, he comes down here sometimes and testifies in the City Council in his wheelchair. He's been here. No, he can't be here because he's in the hospital. Yeah, so he's in the hospital. So we wish you well, Ernie, and we hope you're going to get well. But I can expect that I'm going to have unanimous support here on the council to appoint you to this commission. I know you're going to do a great job. Thank you
very much, Ms. Hahn. We do have any other Mr. Wesson, and followed by Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Madam President and members. Janice was absolutely correct in everything that she said about Ernest Hamilton. I've known him since 1992, and there's nothing really new that I can say other than when I was Speaker of the House, I appointed him to a statewide commission, and I think he still may be a member on that commission. As Janice says, he's been in the hospital for a while, so I basically rise because I want to send out my best wishes and hopes that he gets well soon and returns. You cannot find a more prepared advocate for the disabled. He's an individual that we could count on. I wish we had more commissioners like him. And even though he is not here today, I applaud Ms. Hahn for recognizing the service that he's provided for us in the past. And I urge all members to vote aye. Trust me, if he could be here, he would be here.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesson. Ms. Hahn, what greater endorsements? And as chairman of the committee, I absolutely strongly recommend this. It's real important, and hopefully get well and come and help our commission that's responsible for this very important component of our city. Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. We hope Mr. Hamilton feels better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Now we have one public speaker card. Sylvia Lynn Hawkins, would you like to come forward?
On number 33, again, his name is Mr. Hamilton, Jr. I think it's really out of order for Councilman Lamar Wilson and Ms. Janice Hine to give comments on a person that is not present. I have comments to give, and that is not in order if they are not sitting in their seat. So I think it should be halt until further that he is present before y'all give y'all warm welcome of his new job position. Thank you very much. My name is Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. That closes our public comment on that item. Let's go ahead and open the roll. Yes, Mr. Wesson.
I don't know, is this the appropriate time to have all of the city clerk change all my letterhead to reflect that my name is Lamar Wilson?
Sure, we will make sure that is noted. All right, go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 10, and that was called special by Councilmember Reyes.
Okay, item number 10, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I call this special, and maybe we can have some of the staff come to the table. I thought it was important to, one, highlight and amplify the great work our city is doing when it comes to the bridges. This is an action that allows us to move some funds to address the projects. As you know, 5 years ago when we started the Ad Hoc River Committee, one of the fundamental issues we addressed were essentially the role of the bridges along the river. And I felt it was important to allow the staff to talk about the types of changes that we're looking at the bridges as we are designing them, as we're creating that connectivity, and I'm hoping you're prepared to talk about those elements of the bridge program. If you can hold my time.
Yeah, Phil Richardson with the Bureau of Engineering. The councilman talks about, I think, a very important activity the city is involved in, preparing our bridges and improving our bridges, and the improvements those are going to reflect into the river itself, the Los Angeles River, which I know our city engineer has taken extremely active interest in and has been in the forefront of trying to make sure, along with the councilman and the other people on the ad hoc committee, to make it a very attractive project for the city and a very ambitious one. Our bridges, we think, are a very important part of that. We have John Koo here from our bridge program, who is intimately familiar with each of the improvements that we're doing on each of the bridges, and I would turn it over to him and let him just give a very brief overview of some of the key bridge projects that we have and how they might impact the river itself.
John Koo with the Bureau of Engineering. Councilman, in your district, we have some major bridges, one being the Riverside Drive, the Avenue 19 that's currently under construction, and the North Spring Street Viaduct. They're very key projects to the river. I just want to mention that we're working very closely with the Cultural Affairs and also your staff in looking at urban planning issues, river issues, issues to the community, et cetera, et cetera. So, in general, we're progressing very well. There are other key projects, including the major project in District 14, which is the replacement of 6th Street. We're looking at greening that project as much as we can. So, if there are any questions, that's just a brief overview.
Thank you. And Councilman Huizar, if I may, we are talking about the 6th Street Bridge as it crosses the river, and we are talking about how we can improve it. So I know you're fresh in your seat with it 4 more years. On Riverside Bridge, on 19 Bridge, we've been talking about issues of how we get to the river, how we create space for bikes. The 6th Street Bridge is a beautiful bridge. It's an iconic bridge, and right now they're in design. What stage are you in on the 6th Street Bridge?
We finished a preliminary design. We're beginning our PS&E plan specifications and estimate phase.
So just to put it in context, colleagues, and I only highlight this, Councilman Huizar, because that's right in your district, connecting with Councilman Perry's. But the fact is, we have an opportunity to bring together the folks and talk about how we make this even a greater presence, create relief from our traffic, allow for a different use that allows us to highlight the architecture, which is beautiful, if we can light it up. I don't know if that's in our budget or not, but if we can highlight our bridges in the evenings with solar-type lighting fixtures so that we don't have to drain our electrical power, but actually highlight these bridges, it'll be points of interest for tourists. It'll be places that our neighborhoods can look upon and say, this is how great our city is. And it is about creating that connection to our communities and actually celebrating our riverway if we know how to get to it in a safe manner with flood control issues as a priority. So I want to thank you for your hard work. I say this all the time, you guys are the unsung heroes. You're right there making it happen. And most folks don't realize it's done until it's actually completed. But during the process, it's important to have that input. So, again, I appreciate your hard work, and that's the reason why I call it special, so that everyone that's listening to this discussion understands what's happening to our bridges in the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Reyes, for that. As you know, it was in the 20s they had the City Beautiful movement that brought us all those bridges. And then in the late 80s, when we started to do this thing, and Clark Robbins, Merrill Butler, the deputy city engineer in the 20s, Clark Robbins, deputy city engineer in the 90s, kind of got this down. You're the deputy engineer? You should be Phil. Okay, Phil, you sit over there. Remember, Phil? When the city engineer used to be here. It's so important, the City Beautiful movement, and as Mr. Reyes said, as it relates to the river. I just want to ask, how many bridges are we talking about?
Roughly 80 bridges.
80 bridges, including the Barham Bridge?
No, does not include the Barham.
Well, why not the Barham Bridge?
That's owned by Caltrans. And
yeah, but you're responsible for the bridge.
That's
they tell
correct.
me you're responsible.
Yes, we are aggressively going after the funding through the MTA.
Right.
So as funding becomes available, that is one of the bridges we would like to...
How about the Mulholland Bridge?
The Mulholland Bridge as well.
And how about the Pilgrimage Bridge? I'm a bridge guy. I'm a bridge guy. I've been a supporter of yours. Why'd you miss those bridges? We got to add those bridges, correct?
We will.
So add them because it's in the old system. Those are as old as all the other ones. And also, members, I think we should credit Councilman Mike Hernandez on the Buena Vista Bridge. I know on Broadway and his work. Give Mike a hand because that was the first restored bridge in our program. Michael, please give him a hand for that as a staff. Yeah, I want to do that. The closing on the Hyperion Bridge, how's that?
That is currently going through the final stages of the environmental process.
Right.
We're having several community meetings.
I've been there. Do you get reports on them?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Want to make them safe.
We will.
We want to make them safe for cyclists, for walkers, for the students from John Marshall High School who live in Atwater Village, who have to walk the bridge, etc. So thank you, Mr. Reyes, for calling this special. Bridges are important. What is the longest bridge in the city of Los Angeles?
6th Street Viaduct.
No, the Vincent Thomas Bridge.
That's outside.
That's a state bridge, though. Okay, but the 6th Street Bridge, 4,200. How many acres? How many feet?
80.
4,280.
Yes.
That's good. You got the longest bridge in the city, Jose. Congratulations. But Janice Hahn's got the longest bridge over water, not troubled water, but good water, the Portland. And it's lighter with solar power, and the St. Vincent Thomas Bridge. Thank you, Bobby De Niro. Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Reyes, for bringing this to our attention. I think it's so important that we highlight the importance of these bridges and not only making them safer, but beautifying them so that we're able to connect the east side of Los Angeles with the rest of the city. We keep talking about how the river will do that for us, but in fact, it's going to be those bridges that actually connects us in a very physical way. And not to mention in the Arts District, where we're looking at providing a more residential commercial activity. And when you come over to the bridge right now, you just see a lot of old warehouses, stale warehouses. And as we're moving forward to revitalize that area and the river, looking at the bridges, making them safe, and beautifying them is going to be so important. In fact, next week we're going to have a groundbreaking for the widening of the First Street Bridge for us to allow the Gold Line to extend to the east side. I think that's a great opportunity for us to visualize and think about what more is possible to support one of the greatest historical structures that we have here in Los Angeles. So I want to thank you for your work, and hopefully we can continue in conversation about how we can continue planning for this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Are we talking about a process that includes MICLA funds, bond financing?
What the MICLA fund aspect comes in, that there's one of the recommendations that deals with the cash flow issue on the bridge program that could come up in 2009, 2010 as we look out into the program. And it's possible that MICLA could be used, or it's possible that the Public Works Trust Fund could be used to take care of that cash flow need, and that's where MICLA comes in as a possible remedy to the cash flow problem.
Okay, but it's my understanding that the comment was made on this item that there was no impact to the general fund. Anytime we do MICLA, that it automatically, be it small dollars or large dollars over time, there is an impact to the general fund because that's where the MICLA funds come from, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Could we have somebody from the CLA's office come up, please? I'm sorry, Natalie. CAO.
Natalie Brill, CAO's office. If MICLA CP is used, the interest, I believe, would be paid for from the general fund.
Okay.
So if they borrow money for cash flow, let's say for a year, there would be interest paid, and the interest, I am assuming, would have to come from the general fund, because I'm not sure the bond program would allow interest to be as a source of funds. So there would be a small impact on the general fund. It depends how much they borrow.
But nonetheless, if you did exercise that opportunity to use MICLA, then it would have an impact on the general fund.
Yes, it would.
Did you include in your report any of the figures on the possibilities based on X amount, the range of impact to the general fund would be?
We did not.
Okay. The reason why I want to point that out is because I think it's important that we're reminded every time we engage in a process, be it complicated or we have some reserve opportunities or things that may occur. I think it's important for us to understand, even though the possibility is slight, the fact that it's an option that we may exercise, we need to understand that, because we need to always be reminded of especially the general fund. General fund has not been as robust as we'd like it to be as a municipality in recent years, and it's always a struggle through the budget process to find that last few $100,000, et cetera. So these kinds of impacts, I think, are critical for us to keep in mind as we're making our policy. So I just wanted to make sure that I did understand it, and I did understand that, as you explained, should we use MICLA funds, then there would be an impact. But as you explained, it sounds like that is a possibility, not an immediate possibility.
And from our perspective, the first priority on the loan would be the Public Works Trust Fund if money were available there, and MICLA would be the second priority for the cash flow. So that's my understanding of how it would be approached.
And as of right now, the MICLA using MICLA funds is not as likely as using the trust fund.
From my perspective, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes,
we're going to. That's what I'm asking your opinion. Obviously, it's fluid in the sense that you're speculating, and it's not as factual as bricks and mortar is. I mean, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. That's our last speaker on the queue. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. That is approved. Yes, Mr. Labange.
35, the CAO report. I got my answers. Is it okay if I tell you I got my answers and I want to unspecial a special?
Okay. We will go ahead and vote on 35. There's no objection. We'll take that out of order, and there's nobody on the queue. Okay. We're going to click through all of them because there's A through double M, so I'll have a moment to pause. And after that, colleagues will run through the special meeting agenda to dispense with any consent items on that as well. We have a second special meeting agenda, but that is due to start after 1:45, and if we're not in session still, we won't be able to get to that today. Okay. We've got those items, so please tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. If we can recess the regular meeting, and please call the roll for the special meeting.
Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 13 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first order of business.
First item, Mr. President, is HCED and Budget and Finance reports. Budget and Finance report has been submitted and it concurs with the HCED, and public hearing has been held.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call number 60 special? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll. Mr. Weezer, this was number 60. Did you want to call it special, or are you okay just voting?
Special, please.
You do want to call it special?
Yes.
Okay. Let's hold that. Number 60. Next item, please.
Next item is item 61, A through D, and that's the item for which public hearing has not been held.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard on 61? Let's open and close the public hearing, and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. If we can, why don't we take 60 up right now, Mr. Weezer? We're going to take 60 up right now, if that's all right.
Sure, that's great.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just wanted to bring this to the attention of the council and the public about the work this council and the city is doing to bring services closer to the east side. This will allow us to purchase a property in Boyle Heights that would allow us to begin the creation of a mini civic center on the corner of First and Chicago. Right across the street from this building, we're actually building a new police station that will open up in 2008. Caddy corner, we just opened up a pocket park that's allowing more green space and open space in a highly densely populated area. And the other side of the street, we see a library that we're currently looking for funding to refurbish. So this location on First and Chicago in the next few years will provide a mini civic center for the people in East Los Angeles and Boyle Heights to enjoy services of the city closer to their home and enjoy some of the services that currently from nonprofits that will be supported there, such as the Roy Ball Youth and Family Center, the El Centro de Ayuda, who provides support for our young people. Girls Today, Women Tomorrow will also be housed there. And I want to thank in particular the members of the Budget and Finance Committee and the Chairman, Mr. Parks, for their support. We went through these items a few times, and actually we came up with some very good questions to ensure that the city is not at risk as we purchase a building that in fact was built in the 1920s and is aesthetically and architecturally beautiful, but may pose some challenges in terms of when we refurbish it to today's needs. So thank you to the committee, and thank all of you for bringing city services closer to Boyle Heights. This is a very exciting project that many people in Boyle Heights are eagerly and anxious for it to happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Anybody else wishing to be heard on item number 60? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. We can now go back to the regular meeting. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 11, and that was called special by Councilmember Park.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Reyes for... Sure.
20 forthwith, please.
Yes. If there's no objection, we'll send... I think everything's going forthwith. Is that right? Yeah, everything's forthwith. Our great clerk's got you covered. So item number 11, Mr. Parks, is before us.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have an item that came through the Budget and Finance Committee where our city administrative office was honored by the Government Finance Officers Association for the 10th consecutive year for a distinguished budget presentation award dealing with the city's budget. And this is a very prestigious award, and we're the largest city in the United States among over 1,000 government agencies that receive this award. 52 of these 108 California participants have won the award for 10 years. And the person that, although we often in our budget hearings has our CAO at the table and they bring forth the issues, a young lady, Ellen Stantz, has been a member of this effort for 5 years, and I wanted to present her with her certificate because she's gotten promoted and moved on.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations to the entire CAO staff.
We wanted to, and also could I have the CAO staff come up? We wanted to honor her because of the 10 years that the city has received this award. Ellen has been the primarily involved in this for a 5-year period. She's also one of the original architects of the city's financial policies. She has been behind the scenes working with the CAO, the council, and the CLA on drafting the budget. She also has been responsible for working with the mayor's office on proposed budgets for the last 5 years. And she has been the person in the hot seat during the budget hearings, answering all those questions. And what's been remarkable is that she has it all committed to memory. This rarely references a book. But we wanted to make sure that she was properly acknowledged. She's been responsible for overseeing the work of 6 groups in the CAO's office: the finance, revenue, the debt administration, municipal facilities, physical plant, and public safety. And we believe that from the financial policies alone that she may have been able to derive somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple of $100 million in city revenue, in which we have managed our budget far better than we have in the past, and also the fact that we are, as a council, have found a way to begin to nibble away at the structural deficit. And so I wanted to personally honor Ellen, because she's the one that's kept the Budget and Finance Committee afloat for the time I've been on it. And just tell her thank you. We appreciate what you've done and wanted to honor you personally for this.
Thank you very much.
Let Karen say something, and we have Ellen.
Well, I am really pleased to be here today to honor Ellen. One of the worries I did not have on assuming my new responsibilities was how would the budget go and how would the office go? When you have someone as capable as Ellen, who has done so much in the office, who has set the city on a great course with the financial policies and the way we administer the budget, that was the least of my worries. So I'm really happy to be here to honor her and to thank her for setting my stint as CAO off on the greatest path that I could ask for. So thank you, Ellen.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you very much. This was a surprise. I was telling someone that'll teach me to sit in the front and not turn around and see who's behind me. Anyway, thank you very much. And I'm sure you all know, but just so I can reinforce it, the only reason I'm successful is because we have such a wonderful staff. Councilman Parks is very generous in giving credit to me for financial policies, but Ray Serrana, who's working with the committee now, was, the one who put most of that together. The other thing is, I know when you were talking to Karen yesterday, you were talking about some of your concerns, and I want to let you know that in my new role, I'm working on capital projects and technology projects, and we are going to try to take the same approach where we have citywide policies that we try to do a good job, a thorough job, we ask all the right questions, and have policies for your council to adopt to be sure that we've vetted all these projects and done all of our homework. So that's the task to come. Thank you very much.
And I'd also like to ask Wendy to come up as the Vice Chair of Budget and Finance.
I just wanted to make one quick introduction, if I can, because I think he has to leave before. So, and then I know we're going to hear from Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Smith. But I wanted to congratulate and welcome back Richard Alarcon, our Assembly member and now Council member-elect to Council Chambers. Congratulate him on his electoral victory last night. And welcome back. We're looking forward to having you here around the horseshoe and making us whole again. So congratulations. Yes, and Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. President, I just wanted to let Assemblymember Alarcon know that when the ballots are official and the city clerk makes it official, and when you take this seat, the first seat on the council, I will not fight you on it. I will not give you a hard time. Not that that's ever happened in these chambers, but I'll let you know. I'll be glad to move over. Welcome to the City Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas, and thank you again. Congratulations, Mr. Alarcon. And my apologies to Ellen and to Mr. Parks. Ms. Gruhl.
Welcome, Mr. Alarcon. Again, we had the pleasure of working together when we were very, very young in the mayor's office. So it'll be great to have him back here in the city council chambers. I just wanted to add with Bernard in congratulating an extraordinary CAO office that has, I think, demonstrated that in Los Angeles we have never had any of the, crises, none of the problems that you've seen in some of these other cities, because we've had a CAO's office that has always been there, standing up to make sure that we're conservative and a lot, and I know that Mr. Parks talks about that quite a bit, and make sure that we are conservative in the actions we take on our budget. But most importantly, this CAO's office is fiscally responsible, the budget priorities, the budget policy that we have, and following that, I think, and reminding us when we might be straying in the wrong direction to bring us back. And so I think it's great to be able to acknowledge them, not only that we think they're great, but other people do as well. So thank you, and thank you to Mr. Parks, who's our fearless leader and budget chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
There's several of us who wanted to make a comment. Basically, what we're saying is you've been the glue holding together a good part of the operation. And as you smile in that photo there, know that it's your integrity, it has been your hard work and your honesty that we've appreciated a lot. We don't have to worry about things when you start writing little notes or telling us things that are happening. So bless you for all you've done for our great city, and we look forward to continue working with you in your new capacity. Congratulations.
Mr. Smith.
I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. And, you know, as we worked on the committee, all of us that have worked on this committee, which is a very, very time-consuming and onerous committee, Ellen's the one person that we could always turn to. She had an answer for us every single time. We always saw the work got done. We always felt that we had a go-to person always there and that we could count on it. And the answer was always going to be the right answer. And everything worked smoothly except those projects. We still haven't seen those. But other than summer projects, everything was really cool, Ellen. We're really sorry to see you go, but we know we have a very talented staff, the CAO, to pick up the ball with you and continue working that committee. But it's been a pleasure working with you all those years, and I knew always when I went to you I could count on the answer to being the right one. So thank you for your diligence and for just being there.
Okay. Ellen?
We have something called summer projects. They're supposed to be at the summer.
Okay, let's open the... Congratulations to the entire staff. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 19, and that was called special by Councilmember Gruhl, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed to the council members.
Okay, Ms. Gruhl, number 19.
If I could, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. Garcetti?
Yes.
I know we have some public comment cards. Could we take public comment first, please?
Sure. Did we have a public hearing on this? Is this
Yes,
okay,
there
so
has
this is
been.
to reopen?
Yes.
Okay, there's no objection to reopening public comment on this. We have three cards, and Yvonne Maria Jimenez is our first speaker.
Good morning. I'm Yvonne Maria Jimenez, Deputy Director for Neighborhood Legal Services. On behalf of all the CDBG-funded agencies, I extend our sincere appreciation to members of the Council and their staff who've been meeting with us regularly on addressing the issue of CDBG funding for public services for the neediest of our city. In particular, we extend a sincere appreciation to the HCED Committee, Chairman Herb Wesson in particular, for the amendment presented yesterday and for the quality time that has been spent with the agencies in trying to solve the funding situation for these nonprofits. I would encourage and promote the idea that if we can please try to find a solution to the situation by the end of the month. Our contracts do end at the end of the month. It would avert crisis for those agencies that don't have the budgets to continue beyond then and wait longer. But our sincere appreciation to all the members of the council who've been meeting with us and for your support of our agencies and the neediest of our city. Thank you.
Mitch Kamen is our next speaker.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Mitch Kamen. I'm President and CEO of BETSEDEC, the House of Justice, and we've been working closely with Neighborhood Legal Services and the more than 50 other nonprofit agencies who were faced with losing this critical funding. The loss of this funding would have been tragic to our tens of thousands of low-income clients who are kids and seniors and families. So I just want to echo Yvonne's gratitude to the HCED Committee, to Chairman Wesson. Your proposal to ensure funding for 12 months for these services is very much appreciated, and we look forward to the full council approval when it comes before you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. Arnold Sachs is our final speaker.
Good morning again, Council. At the risk of sounding ignorant, would this money that's being funded have anything to do with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? And if I could get an answer on that so I can continue on my public comment, or yes or no. And if it's no, then I would stop my public comment. And if it's yes, I'd have more to continue with. Could you hold my time, please?
I'm sorry, we can't hold the time, but we're here to listen for your public comment. We can have somebody come and talk to you to give you some information.
Well, if it doesn't have anything to do with the Affordable Housing Trust, then I would have nothing further to say. If it has something to do with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, then I would like to
I believe some of the con plan does include money for the Affordable
well,
Housing Trust Fund.
if it has something to do with it, I'm quoting from a couple of newspaper articles that Mayor Villaraigosa announced that $100 million has been allocated for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for 2 years in a row. And then it goes on further to say that devoting $50 million each year to permanent supportive housing for the city's homeless. What would happen to the other $50 million that's been allocated each year, which comes to a total of $100 million? That's my question regarding public comment on this item. Thank you.
We can see if we can get you some of those answers for you.
Or is that the money that would go to the nonprofit organizations that the people that just spoke before me represent?
We'll see if we can get you that information.
Thank you.
That closes our public comment on this item. Colleagues, anybody wishing to be heard on this? Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you. Just, I wanted to have the public comment period because we've been working very closely, as Mr. Wesson has and others, to ensure that some of the individual organizations that are caught in the kind of in between on the CBDO issue would continue to be funded. So just want to thank Mr. Wesson for his leadership in getting it all together to make this happen. And then I know there's some follow-up items that we have. So thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. And I think I'm going to switch places with you real quick.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Herb Wesson as well for this. So this was this is one of the biggest budgets we pass every year, and sometimes it goes by without much fanfare, but I think our chair deserves a lot of credit for a great year, which is balancing some very difficult issues that are not of his or any of our making with D.C. I know as we head to D.C. next week, we'll be looking at trying to raise the cap again to 25% of the monies we get to be allowed to go to services so we don't run into this problem that we have. But the mayor's office and Mr. Wesson's office has been working heroically to try to redefine what our community-based development organizations look like so that we can make sure funding continues for some of these lifeline programs that are really the difference between poverty, the difference between services, the difference between community beautification and strengthening or not. And I also want to thank Mr. Wesson. He continued in this year's consolidated plan our commitment to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I can answer the question now that I'm speaking that was asked earlier. $50 million is for supportive housing. We passed on item 20, the largest round ever of affordable housing projects in the city of Los Angeles, which included those which are supportive housing, which is for formerly homeless individuals. The other money goes to other affordable housing for low-income individuals who are not homeless but low-income. And that historic pledge to put in there as part of this consolidated plan is due to large part to our chair, to the great work of the committee, CDD, CLA, and CAO. So congratulations, Mr. Wesson, on another great consolidated plan.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to also congratulate Chairman Wesson for all the hard and easy work it is to do a con plan, right, Mr. Wesson? No, actually, this is probably one of the most convoluted, difficult aspects of any municipal community like ours would have to deal with, because we have such a range of services that are critical to the city that actually are involved in this plan. But one thing that's critical is making sure that we move forward methodically and responsibly. And in this plan, I just wanted to point out that with the controller, Laura Chick, and also the city council, and with the mayor's support, what we're going to be doing in this plan is hopefully having enough resources in the figure of about $500,000 all told, with the comp plan resources and also other resources, to finally evaluate all of the programs that we have for our youth in the city of Los Angeles that have to do with intervention and prevention. And this is an opportunity where we can provide better resources, continue to be efficient and even more efficient, and take an honest look at ourselves and see if in fact we're hitting the mark with this such very critical issue about what are going on with our youth in the city of Los Angeles and what can we do to do a better job. And also with that evaluation, I think it's going to give us the platform for us to go to the state and the federal government and to prove to them that we need their support, as we always do, and we're going to need their resources. Once again, thank you very much, Chairman Wesson, and to the colleagues on the committee for all the hard work it took to get it this far, and I look forward to all the good work that's going to ensue from this passage of this plan.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to thank Mr. Weston. Having sat on that committee, it's maybe one of the most difficult tasks, not only in dispersing the funds, but also looking in the eyes of people who believe they're eligible when they're not. And so it's been a long process. I would just like to stand and also request as we go forward, I think it would be in our interest if we can find a way to move that budget deadline to meet and match the general fund budget guidelines, because I think we've gotten it somewhat reversed. In years past, when the budgets were identical due dates, the tendency was that the con plan supported or supplemented the general fund budget. It now, because the con plan is earlier, the tendency is to look at the general fund to support the con plan. And it seems as though if we can get them back in sync, and I realize there's a 3-month period that we're going to have to find some funding or such, but if there's any way that we can move that, and it is a tremendous amount of work to get all those budgets done at the same period of time, I think it would enhance our ability to stay within our fiscal responsibilities and our financial policies, where we have historically said we should be very sensitive to how much general fund money is being used to supplement grants, and particularly grants that go beyond timeline or funding. And so these are things that I'd ask. The other issue is, as we look at the area of the review, and Mr. Cardenas talked about it, I would hope, in fact, we have a motion today that we want to put through, that I would hope as we look at this expenditure, that $500,000, that we go even broader than just the scope of how we're spending the money. I believe that we need to look at why we get the money and whether we're fulfilling the real task of those $180 million in grants. We often look at, in some regard, that money comes in because of a poverty equation. But yet, when we expend it, are we eliminating poverty in our city? Are we funding a variety of programs that are needs but may not have an attachment to poverty? So I would hope that as we design that study, that the controllers involved with that, we start off with looking at the whole issue of why the money comes to us. Are we fulfilling those obligations, and are these programs effective in how we eliminate poverty, which is the core issue? Because I believe that in my time in city government public service, the real issue, gangs are a symptom of a lot of other things. And if we keep looking at gangs as the problem, we never quite solve it, because there's so many other things that drive kids into the gang culture, and many of them, even before they get to the gang culture, if we list them or label them as gang members, we've defeated the purpose of the at-risk and the prevention activity. So those are a couple of issues that I would ask, that I think it would make it much more that we can support each other, what's the timeline on the budget. But clearly the study is going to be very important. The Commission on Youth and Family started 2 years ago and identified $500 million of city money being used for youth and family activities. But we've never, the shortcoming of our programs have always been that we have relied on CDD to tell us whether people meet the due date, do the administrative paperwork get done properly, but we've never been able to determine whether the programs we fund are effective. Do they leverage each other? Do they provide the end result of the effectiveness that we're looking for? And then the larger issue, if we're taking the money, that $180 million each year for block grant money to resolve poverty, are we actually making a dent on poverty year after year, so that we see some real changes in the city, which I believe at some point will show a reduction in the issue of crime, the reduction of gangs, and also maybe a higher literacy rate as we resolve the poverty issue.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. And the Chair of the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee, Sorry, Pharaoh. Mr. Wesson.
You did say Pharaoh.
I corrected myself.
See, the other people are chairmen. I'm the Pharaoh of my committee. Now, Mr. Parks, of course, we would like to see if there's a way for them to go on the same schedule, and we're looking into the feasibility of doing that. But the main reason why I rise today, I appreciate the other members, saying that I did a good job, but let me say really and truly who did the job. I want to thank representatives from the mayor's office, the city attorney's office, the great work of our CAO, CLA, the staff members that are from the other members of the committee, and of course I want to thank my staff guy, Andrew Westhall, who I think did a phenomenal job. Like I said yesterday, all of us wish we had a magic wand where we could just cure all of the illnesses throughout this world, but that we don't have. And it's really frustrating when you have to try to save a city and save the great programs and the great agencies in the city, and all we have is tape and glue and bubble gum and paper clips. But we did the best that we can, and I'm proud that we were able to work with the community and work with other members here on the council, and I think we did a good thing. And if you look at this con plan, you will see that this city reinforced its commitment to our youth, to the facilities where they have to go. We are a commitment to the FDNs and all of the other agencies that help us, and also a commitment to the homeless community. We have a responsibility as elected officials to take care of those who can't take care of themselves. So I'm proud of what we did. Like my dad would say, we did the best we could with what we had. So thank you, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to rise and thank our chairperson of committee for the work he's done, his staff, and the coordination that occurs before we get to this point. But I rise to essentially talk about why we're here. When you look at the cutbacks that have been occurring at the federal level, they've been in the millions in the past 6 years. At one point, they took about 33 million. We were at 18 million, and these are monies, real monies, that essentially forces us to say to a child care center, we no longer can provide the monies for your salary, for your service, for your program. We are in a position where we need to say that to a whole range of services. Meals for seniors. We're talking about real support systems that makes a difference for people who are at that point where they have to decide, do I pay my rent or do I eat? Now, when you look at half of the city that's living at or below poverty, when 2/3 of the population are renters, these are very real impacts. So it pains me to know that after this fiscal year, we're going to have to continue in these cuts. As chair of Community Economic Development for the National League of Cities, I can share with you that the mayors and the council members throughout the city are wringing their hands thinking, will we be able to make a difference for our cities in the future? And sadly, the answer is no, at least not this year. Even though we have Democrats at the federal level, they're still going through an adjustment period. We do not expect any relief. If anything, we expect more cutbacks. And God willing, in the next couple of years, maybe we see a change. But until we force our Congress to make it clear to the President that the way we spend our federal dollars is not the way we want to treat the citizens of this country, we will continue to suffer. Our federal dollars that we pay taxes for will continue to leak out and bleed into other areas that cause the suffering that we read about and that we see in the news night after night. And it's sad for me to know how much we don't participate as a citizenry, the dismal participation of those who vote makes it clear that we have to find ways to waken up this population and talk about the change in how we bring in our federal dollars. So I'm hoping this will invigorate that discussion and create those letters to our Congress, to our senators, and let them know we need our federal dollars back home and not in foreign countries. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Ed. That was most eloquent, what you said, and the passion that you delivered it with. Colleagues, look, we've had enough of this. The federal government is out of touch with the people in this great country. I am delighted that the state of California is going to move its presidential primary to the 5th of February next year. And I say to everybody watching this and all the political leadership in this great state, every time these candidates come here, Democrats and Republicans, for our money and for our vote, we have to say California has not gotten its fair share. Do you realize $50 billion more goes back to Washington than we get here? We got two great senators fighting for us, but that's 2 out of 100 representing 36 million people. The Senate is dysfunctional because in part the problem is the smaller states get a bigger share of our tax dollars than we go. I don't care if it's this issue we're talking about, which is critical to making our city a better city and bringing the haves and the have-nots together and making it stronger. It's the same problem with our transportation infrastructure. Sure, we get a few billion out of a piece of legislation we approve, the people from Sacramento, but Washington has to come to the plate. So I say to everybody watching this, when these candidates come before you, say to them, what are you going to do for California? What are you going to do for Southern California? We've had enough of this. Do you know that Janice Hahn's port over there that she plays leadership on, 46% of the goods come through that place. It is the most robust port in America. Our infrastructures of 18 million of us in Southern California is the robust economy of our country. And if we don't take care of Southern California, we're not taking care of the nation. So anybody who wants to be our next president, they better commit to getting more federal dollars to all of our programs here in California. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. And that finishes our speaker queue. So with that, let's please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. And like all items, it will go forthwith today. Yeah.
And 24th.
Yeah. Everything today is forthwith. So we are set with that. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item 24, and that was called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl, item number 24.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bring my temperature down a little bit, and let's talk about things here in L.A. I'd like to ask Roger Johnson, Mr. President, to come on up to the dais over here. And folks, what we're talking about on this motion is the development of an aggressive program to make Los Angeles International Airport the greenest airport in the world. And thanks to the leadership of Janice Hahn as chair of this committee and the members of the committee, we've moved forward with this and we're bringing it to you today. We are currently focusing on how to modernize LAX. We want to modernize it, and we will modernize it. You know, the LA Times has got to get its story straight. We're spending $3 billion in modernizing it and making it a great place to go. And that is an exciting new day for us. We need to think beyond marble floors and bathroom fixtures when we consider the impressions our airport gives visitors. We should strive to impress visitors with our environmental ethic. We want an airport that is a good neighbor. An important part of being a good neighbor is not disturbing the environment around you. We can achieve that by lowering our energy consumption, conserving water, and reducing our emissions. We also need to make sure that we recycle everything that we can recycle. I want to applaud the steps that LAWA has already made. They prove they are serious about their commitment to the environment when they brought Roger Johnson back. At the same time, though, I want to challenge them to not to become complacent and to strive to be the greenest airport in the world. I want to encourage LAWA to make the public awareness that we're doing to protect the environment. LAX can become an opportunity to educate the traveling public about sustainable design. I put a motion in, and it's before you all today, and I'd like Roger to take us through the motion and tell us where we are right now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Roger Johnson, Deputy Executive Director, Los Angeles World Airports. Thank you, Councilman Rosendahl. Since October, when this motion was addressed, we've been working very closely with the TCT as well as with the Councilman's office. This motion reinforces, we believe, the mayor's commitment to making Los Angeles the greenest large city in the United States, as well as reinforces Ms. Kennard's original initiatives and the Board of Airport Commissioners' vision for a department-wide commitment to a green LAWA, not just a green LAX, but a green LAWA. We have already initiated a program that will make this green motion not just something that we address through some projects, but will make it part of the operations of the airport, both our operations as well as our planning and construction. First of all, because of this motion, we were able to go back in and with some limited effort, redesign the Tom Bradley International Terminal, which had already gone out for bid for construction, and we're able to find enough points through the Green Building Council's guidelines for LEED certification to where we believe Tom Bradley Terminal will be a LEED certified international terminal. In addition to that, we've put together a management program where I've invited not only senior management at LAWA, but also outsiders to help us, because this is a very high bar. The greenest airport in the world is a very high bar. So I've invited people such as Terry Tamminen, the ex-secretary of Cal EPA and currently policy advisor to Arnold Schwarzenegger, our governor, on the environment, who's helping draft the state's sustainable policy. I've invited Terry to sit on our advisory council, as well as the deputy mayor's office, Councilman Rosendahl's office, and others to help us define what this means to be a green airport. Moving forward, we're creating working groups to help us implement the policy that our board has already adopted in light of this for sustainable design. We're looking at ways to improve our energy and reduce our impacts on the atmosphere through greenhouse gas reductions, as well as criteria and hazardous pollutant reductions. We're looking at creating an even more successful recycling program. We are looking at transportation impacts, including bringing the Green Line onto the airport. We've initiated that plan. And finally, we're looking at our administrative processes to make sure that our leases, our concession agreements, not only mean that the green airport concept will be for LAWA, but will also include our concessionaires, our tenants, and our leaseholders. So with that, LAWA has carefully looked at this, working with the councilman's office, and we're ready to implement this program.
We want to thank you, Roger Johnson, for your leadership. And folks, he came on board most recently again, and we were on the verge of approving a $750 million renovation of the Tom Bradley terminal, and we jumped in and said it's got to be the greenest, as the mayor has been saying all over the world, frankly, that we need to be a model for the rest of the planet, that we're able to do it. You quickly jumped in with us on that one. We've hired an environmental architect who understands what certified LEED, silver, gold, and platinum is, and that person is now working closely with that $750 million to make it the most greenest international airport when you come in as a point of acceptance. And I appreciated your comments about the Green Line. It's 1.5 miles from LAX, and Lord knows why it never went in there, but for $150 million, we can stick it into LAX and then create the grid we need of the light rail systems. Eventually, as Janice Hahn and I are both on the Green Line Coalition, we wanted to go to the South Bay, to the Galleria in Redondo Beach, come up into LAX, where there'll be 2 stops. There'll be one at Aviation and Century Boulevard, and another one in Parking Lot C. So right now, workers will be able to use that light rail to get to the airport once we build it, which is a 3 to 5 year construction project, and then set it up Lincoln Boulevard right into Santa Monica. So we have a north-south ability to get rid of the congestion, because Janus District and my district, because there is no north-south coastal light rail, are greatly impacted, in all the cities in between. So we appreciate your comment on that and your leadership on that. I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Hahn for more questions. What is being done to make the consolidated rental car facility greener? Can we put a green roof on it?
Well, as you may be aware, just this Monday, our board approved a RFQ to go out for design on the consolidated rental car, and that RFQ includes the provisions that the architect must come back to us with a lead building. The green roof will be evaluated. Candidly, it may be difficult because of the location of the consolidated rental car facility directly under the approach to the north runway. It may be a green roof, may be a bird attractant, and the FAA may take exception to building a green roof. But it certainly will be evaluated as one of the provisions that we look at in the design.
We look forward to that discussion. And what is being done to encourage employees to use mass transit?
Well, one thing that I'm very excited to say is that for the second year in a row, LAX has received the gold medal from the EPA for having the most successful employee rideshare program in the country. Currently, right now, over 26%, almost 28% actually, of our employees participate in either a van pool or in subsidized public transit that's paid for by the airport. So we have a rideshare coordinator whose only job is to continue to expand our employee rideshare program.
Yeah, it puts a real grin on my face to see this kind of leadership coming from LAWA. I want to thank the mayor for his leadership. He's truly a leader, and he believes in greening everything besides 1 million trees. He's committed to this infrastructure modernization at the airport and make it the greenest. And to the commission, Alan Rothenberg and the whole commission, who have shown that they are true visionaries and leaders by taking this initiative and moving forward with it. And colleagues, I look forward to your unanimous support of this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, Bill, you're the one who's taken the lead on this, and I appreciate your remarks about me being chair of this committee, but you have really taken the lead on the opportunity that we have before us, which is huge, as we go forward finally modernizing this airport, and it's an opportunity for us to clearly be an environmental leader in the country and the world, and this is our opportunity.
Yes.
Let me just ask you a couple things, and in hopefully very lay terms for all of us. We're embarking on a $700 million modernization facelift of Tom Bradley Terminal. Tell us what green technologies specifically we will be able to see in that modernization. Hold my time.
We do not have all of the design yet, but I can tell you that what we focused on is really energy efficiency. One of them is making sure that all of our energy uses, including lighting, use the most efficient technology that's available. We're looking at maximizing our daylighting to the extent practical so that we're not relying totally on artificial lighting. We are actually looking at the possible implementation of some photovoltaic panels that may be useful for actually generating electricity to be used in the building. We are working very closely with LADWP right now to increase our use of recycled water for the landscaping, and to make sure that when we re-landscape that we're using California natives as opposed to exotic species that may require more water. So we're also looking at maximizing our use of recycled materials and minimizing the use of materials that would create any indoor air quality problems, for example. So.
Tell us about, now, of course, I wish that the backside of Tibbet, our new gates, I wish that was a part of this $700 million modernization, but it's not. But I know that we're now pushing forward to build those gates on the backside of Tibbet, which is a green light project, which the community has actually signed off on. Tell us where we are in terms of current gates, electrifying them, and any future gates that we might build as a part of this modernization of LAX. When can we expect all gates to be electrified?
Actually, all gates are currently electrified. The electrification process for the gates is to allow aircraft that come in to shut down their auxiliary power units, which generate air emissions, and to be able to plug into electric supply provided by the airport. The gate electrification has been completed. However, that's only half the process. The other thing that needs to be done is that we have to have preconditioned air available, because we have to be able to provide air-conditioned air to the aircraft at the same time. And approximately 50% of our gates have been preconditioned, and we're working on providing preconditioned air for the rest of the gates.
And any new gates that we build will automatically be electrified.
That's
so that
correct.
That airplanes can cold iron.
That's correct.
Very similar to what we do at the port. We're hoping that within 5 years, all of the terminals at the port will be retrofitted so that ships can plug in, because they're also a huge source of pollution to the LA Basin. Let me ask you about this rental car facility. And I know it's going to be a green facility. One of the issues I brought up on the committee was, besides it being a green facility that we build, where are we in terms of really incentivizing the different car rental companies to include a large amount of alternative fuel or hybrid cars to rent to tourists who come? Because I think that would be another way we could be a huge model to the rest of the country, that all those millions of passengers that come in here on an annual basis and want to rent a car, wouldn't it be great if we could encourage the rental of cars that would not add to the pollution while they're in Los Angeles? Can we offer any kind of incentive for leases? I know we're going to charge $10 per rental car to help build this facility, but if we looked at anything that, again, could encourage people when they have a choice of a vehicle to choose a clean air vehicle when they're in Los Angeles.
We're looking into that right now. As I mentioned in committee, several years ago we did provide a provision in our concession agreements with the rental car companies to provide an incentive when the EV1 electric vehicle was available for rental. That incentive still exists. Unfortunately, the EV1 is no longer available for rental. We are looking at the applicability of that provision for other types of vehicles, such as hybrids.
And was that a discount on their lease payment?
Yes, it was actually an incentive, which it was a discount on their concession fee to the airport on the rentals of those vehicles.
Based on how many cars they had in their fleet.
That's correct.
That were available for rental.
That's correct.
Any thought on how we can encourage passengers or visitors to rent a clean air vehicle?
Well, as you're aware, both through the stage program in the cities, through the decal program for clean air vehicles, there are certain incentives now, such as free parking at metered parking and whatnot. But it was our intent with the rental incentive fee that rental incentive to the car agencies would get passed on to the consumer, so that in addition to the lower energy cost with the alternative fuel vehicles or with the hybrids, for example, that there would also be an incentive and a reduced price for the rental. And that's something that we want to look at as we look at this rental agreement, to make sure that the incentives don't get accrued as just profit to the rental companies, but actually provide a true incentive.
I think this is a good opportunity for us as we build this facility, which we know will also the placement of this, and we're going to be having only certain shuttle, or one shuttle that will actually pick up all rental car customers, so they won't be individual shuttles now, which I think will also help in the inner circle to reduce shuttle pollution that has been there. But one of the things I might encourage, as we don't have control necessarily whether the rental car company will give a discount. But I do think in the signage in this new facility, we should make signage that makes it very clear to people coming in there that, did you know that in Los Angeles, if you rent a clean air vehicle, you can have, I don't know, free parking, whatever it is that we know is available from the city's point of view.
Okay.
I think that would be that would help encourage customers to rent a clean air vehicle. Anyway, I am very impressed so far with your work, with your knowledge, with your vision, and again with the leadership of Bill Rosendahl and many of us here on this council. We are looking forward to really watching this airport become greener and greener with every part of its modernization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. LaBonge and Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And nobody is greener than Bill Rosendahl, and it's been a real pleasure working with you, I called you Green, Mr. Rosendahl, on carbon emissions. And I know the Vice President Al Gore was just here honored in the city for his landmark work on emissions. And as we've moved as a state to cap our carbon emissions, and DWP is going to be a very important part of that formula, you've been just wonderful to work with. So thank you, and thank you for allowing me to second this. And before you got here, too, the old airport plan, one of the things I asked is, could we be LEED certified? And at the time, there was no LEED certification for airports, but this is the kind of thing that we're going to be able to develop, and it will be a model for, I think, airports around the country. And we saw certain airports like Boston take elements of the LEED standard and implement them. But I think LA, with your leadership as well, is going to really be the most cutting edge. And Janice Hahn has just been an extraordinary leader as well on this committee, and as demonstrated on another matter by her leadership on the Airbus stuff, she's really been able to take the bull by the horns, and I appreciated her comments as well. And this conversation gets me very excited, because these are things I care a lot about, from the cold ironing that Ms. Hahn and I went to Asia to look at for the port, to what we're doing here, and I learned a new word with the preconditioning. So I appreciate that. A couple things I wanted to focus in on. I mean, we have two elements of this. One is the infrastructure that is green, and one is our ability to promote a green city. So if we look at infrastructure and promotion, I think it's very important for the airport as it moves forward to look at what we can do to promote Los Angeles as a green city. So you are the gateway for the city, so you're going to show off the airport, but at the same time show off the city. This council has, in all sorts of ways, with the port, the airport, DWP, and our policies, is promoting policies that allow us to reduce our ecological footprint, to encourage green industries to be based here, to build job skills in the green industries, and anything we can do where the airport kind of signals that and shows that off. I would encourage you not just to have this hidden in the walls and on the ceilings, but to really demonstrate it in some of those, empty wall spaces that we have. As we're walking the corridors of Tibbet or whatever, you can see, read, and enjoy that. The EV rentals, which Terry O'Day, a friend of mine, founded, that I think Mr. Rosendahl knows as well. Terry O'Day was back when I drove an EV1, and now I really do appreciate that we still give priority parking to electric cars, because it shows that continuing commitment. And as the technology changes from those chargers to other new chargers, hang on and hang in there, because already GM has showed us new models of electric cars that are going to be coming out. They're coming back to that plug-in hybrids. And I think Ms. Hahn's idea about incentivizing that with our car rentals is also important. Another thing to put on your radar screen is those shared cars, like the name's escaping me right now, but they're these rental companies, essentially, that are shared cars. We're looking in parts of Hollywood at priority parking for those sorts of cars, where people don't have to own a car, but they essentially have membership in a shared car company, and they can pick a car up, take it to the airport, somebody can pick it up from the airport, take it home. It's a way of being able to make sure that you reserve ahead of time, but you don't have to have one car per person in Los Angeles. And we'd be happy to work with you on that, but that might be another thing to consider as you look at this. Also, newspaper recycling, which I know you've now implemented in most of the terminals, if not all of them. Is that right?
Yes, we're working on it, yeah.
That is a huge thing. Just the amount of magazines and newspapers that people bring in and off of planes, that sort of recycling can make a real impact. And as Mr. Reyes has shown the way, on plastic bags, same thing there. If we can do anything with recycling of plastic bags or moving away from plastic bags altogether. And I'll close with this, because I know I'm over already. I just flew back from Singapore, which I know is a tough standard to match. Singapore airport is probably the best in the world. But what they have done there in showcasing a green airport, they also have the sort of, unlike our spaces, which for the most part are outdoor landscape spaces, they have them indoors. So they actually bring the greening into the terminal in a way that makes you, when you step off a plane, feel healthy, be able to kind of walk in nature without leaving the terminal. And they also, have done a lot of stuff in terms of environmental, solar power and other things like that. We just celebrated yesterday the largest gift ever in corporate history to an arts institution here in Los Angeles, with $25 million from BP to do a portal to the Los Los Angeles County Museum of Art. And I think there are corporate sponsorships out there, too, that we should explore, BP or whoever, that would be able to give us the solar panel for Tibet and other new terminals in exchange for obviously being able to sort of brand it. I think those sorts of opportunities, we have to do it in the right way, are out there. It would show what sort of city we are, it would do a good thing for the terminal, and it would make, as Bill Rosendahl said, LAX the greenest airport in the world. So, thanks.
I would like to note that with BP, we did team with them in constructing a hydrogen fuel station on the west side of the airport, and that partnership is working very well. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grewal. Mr. Rosendahl, thank you for your work on this issue here. I know when I was on the MTA board, I pushed for the Green Line to have some connection there. You're taking it even further, which is so important. I think green buildings are very important. But I think the most thing that traveling public care about is safety and convenience. How convenient is this going to be for the traveling public? Hold my time, please.
how convenient is? I'm sorry, sir.
You're making a building green. Okay,
Yes.
that's you go down to Hollywood Boulevard, ask people what you're making a building green. They'll say, "Well, there's the Incredible Hulk coming." They don't understand what you're trying to do.
Yes.
How convenient is it going to be for the traveling public for safety
Yeah.
and for the exercise of going through an airport to be able to get there?
As in our report to the council on how we will implement this motion, what I've indicated is that what we are doing is we're developing something utilizing the concept of sustainability, and we're using what's known throughout industry as a triple bottom line metric for sustainability, which includes not only environmental being green, but it also includes social and financial balance of all three of those. So as we move forward, we're looking at not only having the greenest airport, we're defining the greenest airport as being that airport which balances environmental considerations as well as social considerations, which in our definition includes the customer experience, the traveling public's experience, as well as the neighborhood and the communities around the airport, as well as the financial viability of the airport. So we will not sacrifice convenience to the traveler. In fact, I believe through sustainability that it will be a better experience for the traveler than a worse, because again, as we've indicated, things like daylighting, as Councilman Garcetti said, going through Singapore, that's one of the greenest airports in the world, and it's one of the friendliest to fly into because it's green. So we believe it will be safer and actually more enjoyable.
Have you been to M5 in London, Heathrow?
I have flown through Heathrow, yes, sir. I have not been to the new terminal. No.
Okay. Has anyone from LAX have been through
I
there?
believe they have, sir. Yes.
So I hope they see that. I think that's open now, what it's going to be. I wanted to ask, our airport is the third largest in the United States, fifth in the world?
Yes, sir. I believe based on passenger volume.
And the passenger volume is what?
It's you know what, I'm going to say it's getting up there close to where it was pre 9/11, but it's still down.
But how many years ago, how many people fly to LAX and don't cross Sepulveda? They did go to the LAX, they fly in here from Salt Lake City, and then get on a plane to go to Hawaii or something. What's that?
Approximately 30% of our passenger volume right now is what we would call transient, which not origin and destination. So,
and that makes us the number one in an airport like that? Is that
we are the number one origin and destination airport.
And
yes,
that's
sir.
what I just said. Those who fly from Salt Lake can come in here, or those who fly from Tokyo and then fly to Phoenix or whatever the case
That's
may be.
correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. Just to let you know, the three things that made this city are the water that came here that provided the soil to bring the green, the fruit, the vegetables, which is in part of our city seal. And also the Port of Los Angeles is very important. And what the port has done and how it connects to the country. And also the airport. And I appreciate the Green Line, I appreciate green buildings, but also we have a loss in tourism. And that means that people aren't coming here because it's tougher. And I do support Mr. Rosendahl, the efforts of Ms. Hahn that is coming to committee to expedite the modernization of the gates. And I hope someday that we get more gates there. Because when I came back through Heathrow this last year, I was an hour and a half sitting on the tarmac because there was no gates to get to at Tom Bradley. And backdooring Tom Bradley should something we should look at in the future so it could be done for the convenience of people, and that we don't lose that opportunity for people to come through Los Angeles. When you talk about green, yes, it's green for a building, but also the green dollars, as Michael Collins references that from our Los Angeles Inc. Visitors and Bureau, those who come to experience Los Angeles. With new aircraft, they will choose other places. They will go to Phoenix. They will go to Las Vegas. They will go to San Francisco. And for those who work here in our restaurants, in our tourism destinations, make sure that we have an open gateway to the world, to Los Angeles World Airport's LAX. So thank you for making it green. Get the green line in there and do a good job as you will, and I thank you for your comments.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Rosendahl.
Just in my wrap-up, I'd just like to say a couple of things here. Can we get a report, a status report on your progress again in 90 days?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. And I would like to address how you're going to address the changing the leases have with the tenants so that all LAX can be going green.
As I mentioned, as part of our program, we've put together or putting together a task force to evaluate every one of our leases, to look at the provisions in the lease and to incorporate new language into our new leases moving forward, so that the concepts of this motion are included.
Excellent. And on the 19th of this month, colleagues, the mayor and Janice Hahn and I and others will be there at 9 o'clock when the Airbus comes in. Qantas, a great airline that is moving forward with the Airbus. We have the gate ready, and we're looking forward to that inaugural flight. The Airbus is great because, A, besides 550 passengers, it's quieter. So my residents will like it, and it's more efficient on fuel, and so we're looking forward to that Airbus coming. And when Ms. Hahn mentioned backsiding of the Tibbet, what that means is there's the capacity right now to put 12 more contact gates there. We didn't need to mess up everything at LAX. We can just do that and make that happen in the next period of time. And we look forward to seeing a discussion among both the Commission, LAWA, and the city here on how do we backside Tibbet and make it more friendly, as Mr. Labange said, so that we can have gates for everybody to come forward. Appreciate everything you're doing, and we look forward to your report in 90 days. And colleagues, I ask for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, for your leadership on this issue. Madam Clerk, if you could open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
That item's been approved. Next item.
Item number 37, called special by Councilmember Huizar.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and wanted to raise this issue to all of our attention as we continue to support our residents in the city of Los Angeles to become citizens. Right now in the federal government, we see that they're raising the fees for legal residents in the city of Los Angeles to become citizens. And this item here will show the city of LA's opposition to a 69% increase that's being proposed by the federal government for those people who want to become citizens. The fees will go up from $400 to $675. But if you look at the demographics of those people who are becoming citizens, many of them are low income. It may not sound like a lot, but for many of these people, it is a lot. I remember when I became a citizen when I was 21 years old, and I actually did scrounge around to try to find the money to make it possible for me to put in my application fee. And it increases when you have actually a family applying to become citizens. We're working right now with the NALEO, the National Association of Latino Elected Officials, and a number of other organizations to hopefully halt this increase. The U.S. Citizenship and Naturalization Services is arguing that they need this for administrative costs associated with their application fees. We're asking that they actually put this in next year's budget, that we do not ask the people who want to become citizens, we put an additional obstacle in front of them to become citizens. So I would ask for your support. I wanted to thank the Intergovernmental Relations Committee who waived this consideration of this matter so that we could bring this to the attention of our federal officials as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you, Mr. Huizar, for stepping up on this issue, which is one of those things that would go under the radar screen. It's good to have somebody who is an immigrant himself on the council and who understands, just how difficult some of our legal system can be for people who are hardworking, playing by the rules, and seeking to improve their lives. And I want to thank the other members of the council who are part of this, Mr. Reyes and Mr. Cardenas as well. There's an estimated 8 million legal residents right now here in the United States that could qualify for citizenship, who are on the pathway to citizenship potentially right now, and about half of these are Latino in the United States of America. That's 8 million Americans. It's estimated that here in the United States, by 2020, our workforce growth will be at zero, were it not for immigration. So we know the positive impact that immigrants have in continuing to make sure that our country is competitive in this world economy. Population growth is critical to that, and we've seen in Europe those countries that have immigration are able to keep up economically, and those who have had very little have actually seen their workforce decline and some economic stagnation occur as well. I think it would be fair to say all of us believe in keeping up with inflation. Costs should reflect that, but this is way above and beyond. This is an increase of 69%, and this fee hike would go in as early as June, at a time when we should be incentivizing people to play by the rules and to legally become fully participatory citizens in the United States. This would do the opposite. It would discourage that, and I think that if we over time increased fees in a way that kept pace with inflation, it would be much more appropriate than doing this. It used to be $90 in 1991. $90 because becoming a citizen reflected the hard work and the desire, not a financial burden. And we don't want to turn into a place where we've seen even our neighbor to the north in Canada, where you literally could buy citizenship if you were able to pay $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. It is about a commitment to our ideals. It is about a commitment to play by the rules. It is about a commitment to work hard. And this certainly does not reflect that. And at a time when we are seeing a lot of money go abroad, it would seem that we have our domestic priorities suffering because of that, and we're balancing our budget on the backs of those who are most in need. So with that, I very strongly support this as we head to D.C. next week, and Mr. Zine is the chair of the National League of Cities Immigration Task Force. It's something that I hope that he can provide leadership with the National League of Cities to make sure it's right front and center in the National League of Cities legislative platform, as well as the City of Los Angeles. So thanks again to Mr. Huizar, the other members, and I ask you all for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Rosenthal.
I think it's important that we make a statement as a city about the welcome mat that this country has for immigrants. Whether they're immigrants that came in waves from Europe or Central or South America or Mexico or Canada, this country has always lauded itself on the fact that it welcomes immigrants. And I think when you raise fees to become a citizen to the tune of hundreds of percentages over a short period of time, that is contrary to what we claim to be as a country. So I think it's really important for the city of Los Angeles, that has such a rich and beautiful history of immigrant contribution to this city, to this state, and to this country. It's important that we make a statement that this is inappropriate. It's something that very likely could be handled in many, many other fashions. The federal government literally prints money. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but the bottom line is for them to choose to raise the fees categorically for this particular population of legal residents who want to become citizens is something that is contrary to what we pretend to be in this country. So that's why I was pleased to see that our council member Huizar introduced this motion. Happy to second it, and this resolution. Happy to second it, and also happy to hopefully see a unanimous vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a little disconcerting that when this country is willing to accept the young immigrant, the legal resident, to fight a war. The first ones to die, as we learned here in the council floor, were Central American immigrants who became citizens, who became part of the service. Our willingness as an immigrant community to give and contribute to this country, we've paid the ultimate price, and every day we pay a higher price, and how we have to live through this, what some might call a witch hunt, this ugly political environment that looks to scapegoats every time this country is going through a downturn in its economy. And you could see it cyclically occur in the past 100 years. There's been that experience for the Southeast Asians. It happened to the Japanese. It occurred to the Mexicano, the Bracero program. But when it's not convenient, or when it's political expedient to beat up and put down those who are most vulnerable, it's okay to charge them more money because we need it. I think the beauty of this country is that we are able to voice our concern, talk about history, and speak to it in such a way where we can stand up as a body and say, this is wrong, this is inappropriate, this is not how we want to change the image of this great country in the world theater. There's a reason why there's a term called the ugly American, and it's how we take advantage of our own communities who support this great country. So thank you, Councilor Huizar, for taking the lead on this. I want to thank Naleo and my colleagues for your support, because this truly is about how we talk and create a world community and not focus and punish those who we deem as undesirable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo all of my colleagues' comments. You know, my parents were immigrants. I'm a white boy, and they just figure, you know, I've been here for 4 generations. I haven't. And my parents had a path to citizenship. It was between the First and Second World War, and they wanted Europeans, white folk, to come here, and there was lots of open policies, and everything was great, great, great. I was born here, one of 8 children here. I have to reflect on our great nation. The immigrants, the undocumented immigrants, bring as much value to this country as we citizens do here. In fact, many of them take the jobs that nobody else would take. They do pay taxes. They do raise their children. It's time we stop being in the shadow and the darkness and manipulate the process. What this president has done with wag the dog with a rock, he again tries to do it with immigration issues. Bash the undocumented immigrants. Call them illegal aliens. Make them non-human. It's just too much. And I just hope there's guts in the new House and the new Senate among those Democrats that begin to stand up and say, Mr. President, we're tired of these games you're playing, beating up on people that are part of our community, that contribute to our community, and make us a better community. Leave them alone. Spend your time and energy in reinvesting in America, health care for our people, transportation infrastructure, education. All of those issues is where they should be focusing their leadership on, not another diversion, another game play. And I appreciate Mr. Huizar in his leadership on this issue, and bless you for coming to this country, running for office, and being part of our council here today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Let's prepare the roll on this item and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, do you wish to clear the desk before going into closed session?
Sure, let's go ahead and clear the desk.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
So we consider number 19 to
Council Member Zine requests to be excused April 17th and 18th. That's Tuesday and Wednesday for city business that meets council policy.
Okay, he's excused.
Councilmember Labange requests to be excused April 10th, 11th, and 13th, city business that meets council policy.
Okay, he's excused.
Councilmember Han requests to be excused Friday, June 8th to leave at 11:30 for city business that also meets council policy.
She's excused as well. Okay. Ms. Perry?
Thanks, Mr. President. I wanted to ask for reconsideration on item 19A because we've had a technical correction on the motion that I introduced, and I now have a substitute motion to the amending motion.
Okay. Madam Clerk? I think we have to suspend the rules to bring it back since everything's going forthwith. So let's go ahead and open the roll on suspending the rules.
Okay.
Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, rules are suspended. So let's go ahead. Do we need to reconsider after suspending? Let's go ahead and open the roll on reconsideration. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, would you like to read that into the record?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, just very quickly, it was just the inclusion of some additional words at the request of the redevelopment agency as we're seeking funding for the San Julian and Gladys Park and James Woods Center in Central City East.
Okay.
Ask for an aye vote.
All right. If there's no objection, that'll be accepted as a friendly amendment.
I'm sorry, was that in addition to the written motion that you had?
Yes, it is. This is a substitute motion to the amending motion.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha. Let's go ahead and open the roll,
Do I need to?
close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. All right, we'll now go into closed session in accordance with California state law to discuss legal matters before the council, and if we make any actions that require public notification, we will do that as soon as we are out. And if we could clear the room, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you. All right. Back in open session. If we can run through the settlements that we did in closed session, Madam Clerk.
First item before council is item number 55, and that settlement in the workers' comp case, and the settlement amount is $129,145.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 56, and that's also a workers' comp case, Thomas Barbary versus City of LA, and that's in the amount of $212,663.61.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. That is approved. Next item.
Next item is item 57, settlement in the case of Valentin Garcia Sr. versus City of LA et al., and that's in the amount of $150,000.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right. That is approved. Next item.
Last one is item 58, and that's settlement in the case of Catalan et al. Versus City of LA et al., and that's in the amount of $320,000.
Okay. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And we should state for the record there is no objection to continuing item. What was the number, Madam Clerk?
That was item 53.
53 has been continued for 2 weeks until the 21st of this month without objection. Okay, colleagues, any announcements?
Mr. President, there is a special meeting that's scheduled for 1:45 to confirm a commissioner, and her time limit is today, so today is the last day for council to act.
Correct. We are at 1:35 right now. We could, pursuant to Rule 23, I know that we have somebody who's due to go home sick, and pursuant to Rule 23, if we're going to lose quorum, we also have excuses on the desk. We could take that up early if there is no objection to that. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes. Today is the last day, so there is an urgent need to act, and because council is in danger of losing a quorum, the council, there's an immediate need to act because of the, or since the posting of today's agenda, council is in danger of losing a quorum, so council can act on this item immediately.
Okay, let's vote on the findings, please. Please open the roll. This is on a confirmation of an Area Planning Commission commissioner. Last day to act is today, that the mayor has put forward. Okay, on the findings, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay. That is before us. The commissioner would like to come, or commission nominee would like to come forward. Ms. Hahn?
And this is our final item. I just am standing to 100% support Camilla Townsend to be the new member of the Area Planning Commission. I've known Camilla a long time. She has an education background. She's now the executive director of the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce. In my opinion, when we thought about area planning commissions during the Charter Reform Commission, Camilla is a perfect example of the kind of person that I think would serve us well on the Harbor Area Planning Commission. I don't think anyone knows the Harbor area or understands some of the issues any better than Camilla, so I think we ought to support her, give her an aye vote.
Okay.
Mr. Reyes, Chair of Plum.
I want to thank Councilmember Hahn. I had a real pleasure in understanding the background Ms. Townsend brings to the table, her familiarity with the city and East LA, and all parts of the city as an educator. This is a great, great addition to the process, and I just want to thank her for everything she's done for our city.
Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you, and I won't extend this too long either, but Camilla and I have known each other since the 80s, since we started LA's Best, and you were working with Superintendent Britton at the time, correct? Was that the superintendent at the time? Britton at LAUSD?
No, it was before Sid Thompson.
Sid Thompson. But she's a great addition, and all of her experience on being a variety of commissions and really knowing particularly your community, Ms. Hahn, and being an active member there, I know that she is going to be a great addition to that Area Planning Commission. So I, too, stand in favor.
Okay. Mr. Weezer?
Thank you. I just wanted to commend all the work you've done, and I know you served on the President's Joint Commission for the Governance I created that tile. It's along
The governance of the Los Angeles
LUSD
Unified
governance.
School
And
District.
your Ms. Hahn's appointment, I think you'll make a fine commissioner here, so thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Anything you'd like to add?
Good.
Ms. Townsend, anything you'd like to say? Ms. Townsend, would you like to say
Oh,
anything?
I'm sorry. I don't want to take your time. I know you're in a hurry, but I would like to thank you very much for another opportunity to serve our wonderful city. I've had years of experience, and I will bring a lot, and I'm honored to have been asked. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That allowed us to consider this, colleagues. Since we're 3 minutes before 1:45, I'm going to ask that we not vote on this, that we move towards announcements, and at 1:45 we'll take the vote as scheduled for the special meeting. So we'll be right back on this one, Ms. Townsend, I promise. Announcements, colleagues? Do we have any announcements right now? Mr. Parks, do you have an...
He has about 8 of them.
Yes, let us know what's happening for the next month.
Please,
go ahead, Mr. Parks.
Please don't interrupt me. Thank you. First of all, the Expo Line Transit Project Phase 2 is having its fourth and last meeting to talk about the Phase 2 of the project, Thursday, March 15th, 6:30 at the Vista Del Mar Children and Family Services on Motor Avenue. Also, the third annual Unity and Peace March in the 8th District in honor of Stevie Singleton, who was killed in a homicide in the 8th District a couple of years ago, will be at 9:30 a.m. Saturday, March 24th, and they will assemble at 9 a.m. at King and Crenshaw. And then the final one is in Lamert Park on March 18th at Lucy Florence Restaurant. Will be a musical tribute titled Satin Dolls, in which Phyllis Battle will be the main performer.
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, thank you very much. As an act of Congress, they changed the daylight savings this weekend, the 11th of March. Spring forward, reminding everyone to check their smoke detectors. And also, we had a press conference this morning. Council took action yesterday asking our emergency preparedness department under the direction of Ella Stanley just to watch and review at this time period if ITA matters are caught off guard. Our street lighting director, Ed Bravian, is very prepared to make sure all the street lights go on at the right time. And if anyone sees that they're not, call the City Hall 311. In addition, our police and fire departments are prepared for that as well. So spring forward, fall back. This will save a tremendous amount of energy, but also it will be very dark in that 6 to 7 o'clock hour that now we see dawn's early light. Thus, consequently, safety for our children who ride school buses are necessary to make sure we're aware of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. And the person who helps me run the council floor, Cecilia Cabello's birthday is today, so I want to wish her a happy birthday. And as she said it, she's as old as the con plan, and we'll leave it there. You can look at your agendas to know how old she is today. With that, are there any adjourning motions, colleagues? It's a different meeting. If I can ask everybody to please rise for adjourning motions in council chambers. Ms. Hahn.
I'd like us to adjourn in the memory of Kisa Hughes, who passed away on February 27th at the age of just 33 after a 2-year battle with cancer. Kisa was born in Harbor City and was a member of our city family. She worked for Yo Watts for 4 years as an educational director. She attended UCLA, where she played basketball. She went on to play professionally overseas for 3 years. She's survived by her mother, Barbara, her father, Ronald, her sister, Kylie, and 3 brothers, Ronald Jr., Solomon, and Gabriel. Services for Kisa are scheduled for Thursday, 11 a.m. at Shepherd of the Hills Church in Porter Ranch.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Captain Robert Walter of the Los Angeles Police Department is born here in the city of Los Angeles, born in the Los Angeles Police Department in 1949 and retired in June of 1978. He was assigned to the office of the Chief of Police and worked as Chief of Staff for then Chief Ed Davis. He's survived by his wife Catherine and 2 son James, and daughter Kathleen. Robert Walter, as we adjourn in his memory.
Thank you very much. A second for Mr. Parks. Okay. Other adjourning motions? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll for this meeting and then call the roll for the special meeting right after. Please sit tight, everybody. We're going to take the vote on the commissioner. The regular meeting is adjourned. The special meeting is now in session. If we can take up the first item.
First item, Mr. President, is item number 62, and the roll would be Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Stein, Garcetti, 10 members present.
Okay, if nobody wishes to be heard on this item, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved, and that will be sent forthwith like all items today. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Garcetti.
This special meeting is adjourned. We will next be in session, colleagues, on 2 weeks' time. The first meeting will be on the 20th of March. Sorry, March 16th. My apologies. March 16th. Next week we will not be in session. Our next meeting will be March 16th here in City Council chambers at 9:30. We'll be starting a half hour early. Thank you, and we'll see you all then.